Mic test. Liminal.
Liminal mushroom has arrived.
I turned up the music a little. Let me see how that sounds. Better. I think it could be a little louder, but this is a soft song, so I'll see when we're another song or two in. Alright guys, I'm just posting my Discord promos real quick and then we'll be getting to it. Alright, there's that. Hello everybody! Let me just get my drawing gloves on here. Hope everybody had a nice weekend. And I'm just going to do one more thing real quick here before we officially get started. We are working on Die on This Hill's VTuber once more. I watched a lot more tutorials over the last couple days, especially today, on how the mouth and eyes work on VTubers. I'm gonna have to kind of wing it regarding the nose because I can't I can't seem to find any nose tutorials because they're all fucking anime, so they ain't got any goddamn noses. So that I'm gonna have to figure out, but I'm confident that I can figure something out for it. Let me just change the batteries on my wireless keyboard so I can use my more convenient push-to-talk button. I meant to do that before I started, but I kind of lost track of time, to be honest. Well, one of them just went flying. That's gone forever. Okay, is that... Yep, there we go. Sweet. So, I have two keyboards again. I was having connectivity issues. I figured it was the batteries. I needed to get more AAAs. Now I have them. Alright. Let's just double check I have everything I need. I believe I'm set. I did a few updates to the stream over the weekend as well. I tried to remedy that audio issue we've been having. So I'm hoping that we won't have any audio issues this stream. If we do have any of that crackle, I'm gonna have to figure out a different solution. But hopefully what I did will stop it. After some research, I feel like that's the best I got working within OBS, and if what I did didn't fix it, I either need to wait for an update, which sucks, or I need to go third party and install another application just for managing my audio. And I would prefer not to have to do that because I've been trying to streamline and minimize the programs I'm running. I'm not trying to add another. But some of the fixes I did over the weekend did remove one program from my mix. I'm trying to get some others out just to keep things running as lag-free as possible. In the meantime, let me grab up my tablet. I have the symmetry line available for you guys to see this time. Yeah, I never drew the pendants in. I keep throwing this whole thing into a folder that is specifically meant to lower the opacity so I can see what I'm working on top, and so I can see my sketch underneath through it. Technically, I could throw the sketch on like overlay on top or something, but I find this a little easier personally. So there we have my original sketch. It's a pencil sketch that I just took a photo of. As you can tell, it isn't perfectly symmetrical to like what we have now. I did, refine it using the symmetry tool. So you can see the arms are not aligned properly on the left side because I mirrored the right side. I liked how the right side came out a little bit more. It was a little bit broader, gave me a little bit more room to work with. I like it. Additionally, this layer is technically a sketch. It is me refining the symmetry rather than actually working on the VTuber. It's not separated. It's not in any of the pieces I need it to be in. So that is also something that's what I did with the symmetry tool first. But regarding the clothing references and his tattoos and stuff, that is still all my paper references that I have just thrown in the background. So that's the nude reference. He's always had a leaf on the crotch, though, Twitch TOS and all that. Plus, he's Grecian, so it just makes sense. And then that is the reference of the outfit and accessories that I designed for him, which I was aiming for a timeless look. I wanted it to be Grecian and inspired, but I didn't want it to necessarily feel ancient. I wanted it to feel like something you could see in any time period. And I feel like this kind of robe shirt combo thing I have going on works well for that. I could see this in something in the past or in the future, or I could even see this on somebody who is particularly stylish and eclectic in the modern world. I don't think it would stand out that much aside from just being considered an interesting fashion taste. Nobody would look and think it's like cosplay. So that's part of the goal. But I do want it to be flashy. I want it to have motion. I've been watching more and more videos about how people rig VTubers and how the actual animation works, the mechanics of it, so that I can understand how to break down the pieces better. And it's been a lot of information, but it's been really handy, I think. So I want to just take a quick look. Hey, Hallie, how's your night going, man? I want to take a quick look at where we left off and figure out where to pick up from there. I think it would probably be best to start working on the basic hair pieces next. Get, like, the back of his head, get the length of his hair, and then start working on the little individual pieces that will have their own physics. I have so many layers and folders already. I'm making a VTuber, Hallie. It's my first VTuber, so we're learning as we go. And it's definitely an experiment, but it's going to be a lot of fun. The concert was awesome, dude. It was so much fun. It was really funny for the last song. They had like a bunch of kids come on stage and they were like, "Yeah, this is the future of rock. This is the future of metal." Yeah, they launched into the song with all these little kids on stage like headbanging and shit. And the song starts with the line counting all the assholes in the room, but he changed it to counting all the monsters in the room, and that made me laugh. They're so good. They did a fantastic show. Their sound was fantastic too. I always expect sound to not be so great at shows because you're moving around and sweating and stuff, but they sounded awesome. That dude's voice is killer. There was also Hailstorm there and some band I'd never heard of called The Ghost Inside. It was fucking awesome. We were really far from the stage, but it was still a lot of fun. Okay, let's figure out the basic shapes of the hair. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. They also had the best sound. The other two bands had like some sound balance issues that were kind of like from the distance we were at, making it a little muddy to hear. Okay, so we have the right brush size. For now, I'm going to remove the symmetry ruler because I don't want the hair symmetric. I want like everything but the hair symmetric. And I'm going to do two main pieces for the hair. One that's going to be like the back of his head and down to like mid-ear. And then another piece that's going to start around here and go to just below the shoulders. Hello, Adventure Maker. How's your night going? Haster, hey! How you doing, man? Welcome in, guys. Dude, I get that. I used to go to small shows all the time before COVID. I'd go to a lot of basement shows and punk shows and shit like that. But not since COVID. It hasn't quite been the same. I also like lived in a better area for that before than I do now. Now I'm in like the middle of nowhere, but I kind of prefer being in the middle of nowhere. Something like that shape. Not quite that, but something like that. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, I haven't been to as many shows since COVID. I've been to a couple. My partner's parents have like a like season pass or something at this one place that does shows like all summer and they get discounted tickets because of it. So they were kind enough to get us the tickets for last night or Sunday night. So that was really dope. We also saw fucking Deep Purple that way, and when they were like, "Hey, do you guys want to see Deep Purple with us? Do you want us to get extra tickets to Deep Purple?" My response was legitimately, "Those guys are still alive," followed immediately by a yes, of course. So we went and saw them too. 75-year-old boomer. Oh my god. Dude, like I had an opportunity to go see like rock legends I thought were dead. Like I'm gonna go. Do you know how many bands it's like, oh man, you know, I wish I could have seen them, but they're dead now. Like fuck, if they're old as shit. They're old as shit, but they were, you know what they were fucking touring for? They were promoting new material. I'm like, they're still fucking going? You know what I mean. You know what I fucking mean. They did put on a good show for a bunch of little old men. It was great. They still got that rock and roll. Never thought I'd see Deep fucking Purple, you know, and then I did. So it was kind of cool. Now it's something I can brag about. Nobody expects somebody my age to have seen Deep Purple live. Because everyone I've told that's my age also has the response of, those guys are still alive. Dude, old people are so horny. It's crazy. I remember you talking about this album. Come get your grandpa. Listen, I know. It's called gasms. Oh, that dude's wild. Good for him, man. If you're that old and you're still like, you still got the energy to get fucking laid and write shit like that, good for you, man. That's all I can say. Me, I'm already tired, you know? Like, oh, God. I don't think I've ever actually listened to it, but that should definitely go on my list. Like, just for the memes, you know? Oh, what's it fucking called? Hold on. Yo, get the fuck out of here, bot. Banned. Even the fucking album cover for it. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Like, I was. I was kind of hoping for more of like a comedic take on the cover. But I understand that that's not the style. That's not the style that was went for there. But like, I don't know. So Some part of me was like picturing the album cover being like something along the lines of like fucking Rudy Ray Moore's Eat Out More Often with the fucking like fruit bowl and the couch and it's all sexy and shit, you know? Like that shit was funny. You know? If you're gonna be down bad, you need to like joke about it a little bit. Otherwise it's like, whoa, grandpa. I'm gonna I'm gonna I'm gonna have a time with this hair. I can feel it already. There's a lot of figuring to do here. I was specifically watching tutorials on eyes and mouths today, so like that's really what I should be working on. Which I'm gonna turn the Man, I really gotta listen to it. That's definitely like one of those things I'm gonna throw on the list for like between streams. Then I'm gonna come back and be like, holy shit. No, it's more like paper dolls and animating paper dolls. Like you want to have layers upon layers upon layers and the pieces move. Um it's it's weird to watch and understand and explain, but I kind of like get it. I'm just not quite to the level of being able to explain it to people. But it's a lot like a paper doll. Let's hide some of this excess. Dude, I'm gonna have to. I mean, I was sending you fucking Neil Cicierega's music, so like that shit's pretty cursed. Okay, so hiding our sketches. Every piece and every layer is separate. And that's so that like let's grab the right thigh. When all of this is said and done in rigging, each piece is going to move individually, but it's going to morph the pieces around it. So, like, for example, the thigh, I can have come out further or in further, as if his legs are moving. And then that would move with it the kneecap and would distort the hip to add motion to that once they're all rigged together in the other program. And then you have separate pieces for other parts to create the illusion of turning also. So like you can see I drew the pecs on top of the chest. And so like when he turns, there can be some subtle differences between the movements in the pecs and the movement in the chest to create the illusion that more skin is being revealed as he turns. And it really creates the illusions. Yeah, you're not the first person to say that. It's his knees. It'll make more sense later. When he moves, though, it'll create the illusion that there's like more skin being revealed through the way that it morphs and twists and flexes. Sir Pippin, hello. Are you playing Fallout?
Sir Pippin the not so smart has arrived.
Or like if he looks up, you can shift the Adam's apple up, or if he looks down, you can like move the pieces of the throat. When it's all coming together, it's gonna work like a paper doll to reveal different pieces with motion to make it feel three-dimensional. Are you playing Fallout, since you brought up a Vault Dweller? So here, I'm going to start drawing the eyes, and I'm going to do it in itty-bitty pieces, and I'm going to do it with the symmetry ruler so that later when it's animated, they can just take the animations from one side and copy-paste them to the other, instead of having to animate them separately like they would have to if there was even a slight bit of asymmetry. So to start, I'm going to do the upper lash line. That way, that's going to be its own separate piece, and then later, when it comes to animating blinks, that will shift and morph and change, and will squish other parts with it to create a blink. And I'll base all those other surrounding pieces on those shapes on separate layers so they can all be animated and handled separately. So there we have the upper lash line on both sides. And to exemplify again, let me just make a selection here. I'll zoom in so you guys can see better. It's going to have a grid over it when it comes to manipulating it in the other program, Live 2D Cubism. But in the meantime, basically, I'll have all these individual points where I can manipulate this shape. I can do a wide eye for shock, or I can bring it down for a sleepy look. And like I could kind of manipulate it like that, just as a quick lazy example for the blink, and then have the other pieces of the eye manipulate in coordination with that. And then have it open again. There's going to be basically a slider, and you can set different points on the slider and then tweak and manipulate things accordingly. And then as that slider moves, it'll fill things in from like 0.0, which will be your closed eyes, to like 0.1, which will be your wide open eyes. And then you'll have like in between wider eyes and narrower eyes. Hey, I've been thinking about how I need to replay some Fallout, so I can't blame you. In the meantime, though, I'm undoing all of that because I need these to remain perfectly symmetrical. Because when I work on them later, it's going to be a lot better to have them that way. So I'm naming that layer upper eyeline, and I'm going to do another layer for the lower eyeline. Oh, that's awesome. I did get a fucking email that Peak was on sale. I was considering grabbing it. Now let's do a lower eyeline. And I know Dion was interested in having some makeup on this character. Otherwise, I might consider like having a softer line, but I kind of want it to look like there's like eyeliner on. Name that one lower eyeline. Hallie's probably gonna yeet somebody off a cliff, but they're probably gonna deserve it. I'm waiting for you to say something sassy and then roll it back when you hear that second part. Okay, I just got a new color for the eye white. I always make the whites of eyes slightly blue-gray. You don't want pure white. You very rarely want pure white. You wouldn't even eat a berry. Dude, I've been losing it watching him play that wrestling game. I don't give a shit about wrestling, and I've added that game to my wish list because it's so funny. It's so funny. I legitimately was laughing so hard I was crying watching Zoob play that fucking wrestling Empire game. That shit is insane. Absolutely hilarious. So fucking funny. And then I know a couple of you guys saw, but Dion is playing Date Everything, and he's down bad for all of them, and it's hilarious. Hi, Airless. How's your night? You have a cool weekend? You do anything interesting? You want these underneath shapes to have as smooth of lines as possible, even when they're not visible, because it makes manipulating them later during the rigging process easier. So there's that. Oh, well, I'm glad you're starting to feel better. Hey, don't worry. Once you figure out what you want, just send some references my way. I'd be more than happy to work on it for you. Just mix a color real quick for the tear ducts, which is just a slightly more pink tinted version of the flesh tone. Bob Ross lying naked on a bearskin rug in front of a fire, looking over his shoulder, kicking his feet while with paintbrushes between his toes. Oh gosh. Bob Ross, you icon. Also, I'd like to take a moment to say fuck the Bob Ross Corporation. Bunch of goddamn assholes. No, Bob Ross is deceased. Yeah, and his fucking corporation fucked over his family and shit. Like his son hasn't seen a penny from any of that stuff. None of them make any money off of that. They fucking ripped him off on his deathbed. It's crazy. There's a documentary about it. But yeah, none of that money goes to the Ross family. It all goes directly to the corporation. They actually even contributed to burying the fact that he's dead so that they could keep selling his products. Can't tell you how many people I've had to inform that Bob Ross is deceased, especially when I worked at a paint and sip that was like working off his style. Nah, man, they shafted his family. Now that we have a sexy cam, can we get a tattoo tour? There's one I can't show you without violating TOS, but I can show you the others. The most obvious one, the one you guys have seen the most, is the one on my bicep, which is my first tattoo. It's probably like a little hard to read on camera. It's cursive and it says, "Let him hear us speak." And it's wrapped around a lotus, which is the logo for one of my favorite bands. It's from La Dispute, and the song that the line comes from is called "The Surgeon and the Scientist." Guns? Look at these things. It's like angel hair pasta. That's me unironically flexing. That's me trying to. There's nothing there. You can see my arms shaking from flexing. There's nothing there. Nah, the one I can't show you guys is on my ass. I'll just say it. Yo, Baker! Too strong for stream. We were talking about my tattoos. Yeah, so I have that one. It's my first tattoo. I got it when I was 19 for the band La Dispute. The quote specifically comes from the surgeon and the scientist. and it says, "Let him hear us speak," which is the last line of a longer stanza that I really, really love. Underboob tattoos are gorgeous. I also have my abs are tattooed, and I have one on my leg, right above my knee. I don't think I can show that one to you guys, very easily. It's just a little bumblebee, and I did it myself. Hold on, I need to get up to show you my ab tattoos. Send you pics later. I'll just show you. I don't give a shit. Dude, a nose ring would look great on you. That's my ab tattoos. They're traditional American swallows. Thank you. The only thing that's done non-traditionally about them is the colors, and that's because they are my pride colors instead of the traditional colors. So those are my ab tats. They're pride flags. And swallows in trad American tattooing are from the Navy, as a lot of trad American tattooing is. And it stems from how swallows are the birds that fly the furthest from the shore. So when people in the Navy would see them, they knew that they were almost home. And it represents finding home. And I always thought that was a really nice sentiment. And trad American tattoos are already tri-colored because that is the pigments that were available for tattooing at the time. So I just subbed out the tricolors that exist for the pan flag and the genderqueer flag. I used to have nicer abs. Now I just have, you know, I don't know. My stomach's flat. I guess that's cool. I don't really care. That's my body type. I feel like for me, it was more of a ticklish response than a pain response. By the end, when we were getting the color in, it was starting to really hurt, but mostly it just felt fucking weird. Let me grab my tablet again. There's some strange nerve connections in that area, and as a result, I could feel my, like, hip ab area getting tattooed in my thighs. It was very strange. Yeah, hairless, don't get a tattoo there. If you're ticklish, it would suck. I think tattoos and stretch marks work well together, honestly. It's more like surgical scars are generally going to be an issue. Um, Fatty areas are a lot easier to tattoo, or areas that are fleshy in general. Places where it gets close to the joint or the bone hurt more. But, for example, I'm trying to get my tubes tied or removed because I don't want to have children. And unfortunately, the incision point for that is directly where my ab tattoos are. And so they're like, we can try our best not to fuck them up, but you might need to get them touched up in a few years when the scars heal. And I'm like, God damn it, I should have done this first and then the tattoos. But hey, I love my fucking tattoos. Yeah, so then I have one on my thigh, right above my knee, that I did myself during my apprenticeship, and I have one on my ass, as I mentioned, and that's the fucking dog from Undertale, annoying dog. Dapper foxes, that's cute. I love tattoos. There's a bunch more I still want to get. I just, it's fucking expensive. And I'm not trying to like rip off an artist or get a cheap one or something, because then you get what you pay for with tattoos, really, and it's if it's on you for life, you ought to fucking put up the cash and get something good. So like everybody I know who gets cheap tattoos ends up spending more when they inevitably get a cover up anyway. Yeah, I don't want to have to get fucking cover ups. I want my first ideas to work, you know? And I have a bit of an insider idea of how it works too, since I trained in tattooing. So that gives me a leg up on designing them. A lot of people get the wrong impression that they should like hire one artist to design a tattoo and another artist to tattoo it. I see it all the time on commissions and stuff. People are like, "Oh, could you draw this for me so I can bring it to a tattoo artist as a reference?" And it's like, you don't want that. You want your tattoo artist to draw it for you, because there are certain things that work in tattoo art to make the piece age better and to last better, and the tattoo artist is going to know that, but just any artist who's never drawn or done tattoos before is not. And if you haven't worked with skin as a canvas, you're not going to understand that. Yeah, I'm lucky that I still like all my tattoos. um the that I did myself is not perfect, but it was my first time ever using a tattoo machine, so like that's kind of part of the history of it, and I still love it regardless. But I will admit it's a beat. It's got some weebly lines going on because I'd never used a machine before. Yeah, yeah. Depending on the part of the body, you need to take that into consideration. If it's a flatter area, you don't need to worry about it so much. But if it's going to be wrapped around something, you want to know how to play around with force perspective to make it look right, regardless of it being wrapped. And additionally, tattoos need room to breathe. And that is going to get messed up if you have somebody who's coming in and doing all these tight corners and fine details. That doesn't work well in tattoos. They're gonna blur together as they age. So you want to give everything a decent bit of space so that as it ages and as it blurs, it's still clear. But a lot of people will hire artists who don't know that and make all these little tiny finite details, and then they get it tattooed, and then they wonder why it looks like shit in like a year. And it's like, well, that's how tattoos age. Oftentimes they'll even blame the artist for it. They'll be like, "Oh, you must not know what you're doing. My tattoo aged so poorly." And it's like, "No, you demanded that you get something that it was never going to work, but that's how you wanted it." And they're just trying to fucking pay their bills, so they did it for you. Like, know what you're getting before you go in, you know? I know he wanted one purple eye and one red eye. I don't think he specified which side was which. Side of the finger is never going to last well, but as long as you know that and you're okay with that, then do what you want. That's my opinion on it. But it's the way the flesh works. It doesn't matter how well they tattoo you, that'll be gone. And I mean fully gone in a couple years, unless you get regular touch-ups. Yeah, I didn't pick colors for the eyes yet, so I'm gonna fiddle around with some different colors for the base tone before I get into the shading and shit, obviously. I'm kind of into that. Hold on. Let's see, is that too striking with the rest of the palette? I might want to base it out a little bit darker, but the shading stuff could be fun. You got the Withers Big Naturals. The guy who made that mod didn't ask me anything on Reddit, and that was one of the funniest things I've seen in a while. And oh yeah, hairless, you want a little TMI tattoo? Honestly, those are a form of insurance in today's AI revenge porn world. Okay. A stubbly tattoo. I mean, depending on what it is, I think some tattoos read very well through hair. I think you just need a bolder design. You can't get something as subtle or as delicate as somebody who doesn't have a lot of hair might be able to. But it also depends on how dense the hair is. But generally, I think you're good to get something that's like a bold, stark design, you know? But you do need to shave it to get it, and that's just so that you're not jamming fucking hair into a wound. I want a sleeve so bad. I've toyed around with like a few different ideas for getting a sleeve, but I've never felt completely married to any of them, is my problem. Plus, I just don't have the fucking money. But I would get a sleeve, and I'd want it on my right arm. I've already got the minimalist thing here on my left arm, line art only. And a lot of people think I like wimped out of getting shading or color, but no, that's how I wanted it. If I thought that hurt too much to get shading or coloring, I wouldn't have my abs done. I already have 5 layers just for the eyes. It's about to become 6. I'm gonna do the pupil separately. And the pupil is going to be like the actual color black, where the line art and stuff I've used has been like a dark brown. I haven't used any black in this yet. But his hair is going to be black too. And there are places where I want to use like actual factual black to really pop the shadows, and the pupils are one of those places. But generally it's going to be more like warm grays and charcoals and stuff. Escher is pretty fucking dope. Escher and I have the same birthday. He was like, I don't know, I had to do like a birthday twin project in school or something. It was like, pick somebody who's famous with your birthday who does like art or math or whatever. And I was like, Escher does both. That looks centered well enough. Now I need a good purple for the other eye. Yeah, he'll probably show up. He may have had to pick up a shift at work or something, too. Or hell, he could even be lurking. You never know. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out a nice purple for this. Whoa! How dare? How dare you do this? Come on my stream and poison me. Haha, you got a 3. That's karma. I feel like I'm really particular about purple. I don't know why. Yeah, I think those shades work better. I feel like I'm picky about red and purple together in particular, but I like those shades side by side. I don't think they clash. And I think when do the highlights and shadows, I think it'll work nicely. They're both kind of like gem toned, and I think that helps. I don't want them like oversaturated because then they're gonna clash a lot. Oh no, again? Wow. To think I changed all of my fucking audio sources over the weekend and it's still doing this. God damn it. Okay, why are you not picking it up now? There we go. Yeah, if it's gonna keep fucking doing that, I gotta just switch it back. The other one was easier to fix. I'm a little annoyed. Like over the weekend I changed every audio source to try and use different sourcing to override that issue. Oh well. I'll I'm probably gonna have to go for a third source audio program and use that to have everything balanced and whatever, and then put that into OBS instead, which is fucking annoying, but I was seeing that as like the primary advice, honestly. Well, thanks for letting me know, guys. I did put the time in to try and fix it, but I guess it didn't work. Reminding myself I need to go big or go home if I'm gonna do eyelashes because it's when it's shrunk down. You won't be able to see shit. Thank you for the hydrate. I believe we were talking about giving this guy eyeshadow too. I think a warm brown would be a nice color with his eyes, personally. but I'll have to see if that's something Dion wants. But yeah, over the weekend, for any of you who missed it at the beginning, over the weekend I changed my audio sources to try and fix that, although didn't seem to work. Um, and additionally, I cut out one of the programs I use for streaming. By replacing it with a plugin just straight through OBS. I'm trying to find a couple plugins that I can use to replace some of the other things I use, just so I can run minimal stuff. Like, I might be just condensing Nightbot and Firebot into one thing, so that I don't have to fucking juggle both. That would get me one less program to run. And then if I got a Stream Deck, that would give me 2 less windows to have open, because of the way my virtual Stream Deck works. So I was trying to look into, like, either putting one on the throne or trying to fucking get, like, a numpad or something that I can just, like, rig up as one. I'm looking into it. I also worked on some sketches for some new emotes. Reminder, if you're ever curious what song is playing, you can type !song in chat. That one took me a while to refine, but I finally like how I got it. Kind of proud of it. I wanted to try to include eyelashes simply because of the physics they involve with blinking. You can like have them wiggle a bit with blinks too to like add some realism, add some extra animation. I was watching a bunch of tutorials and I really like the way eyelashes play with the VTuber animation style. Yo, what's good, Burger Man? How's your night going, dude? We're vibing here. We're working on a VTuber for friends of the channel. Also, I went to a concert on Sunday night, and that was awesome. And I just like binge watched this Canadian show. I don't know. I saw three bands. The first one was called The Ghost Inside, and I never heard of them. The second one was Hailstorm, and they were awesome. And the third one was like the reason we went, and that was Volbeat, and they were fucking awesome. Volbeat. Volbeat. I'll send it in chat. They're fucking awesome. They put on a fantastic show, and the sound was fantastic. The little old man emo. I love it so much. Yeah, and then me and Liminal watched the whole show, Shorzy, which is apparently a spin-off of Letterkenny, which I've never actually seen, but Shorzy was really good. It's just a bunch of fucking hockey douchebags. And I don't really like sports, but I used to play lacrosse, and hockey and lacrosse are basically the same sport. Like there's a lot of overlap there. So I kind of get hockey, even if I understand very little about both sports. But my god, this dude had the most fucking creative roasts in the world. Shit was wild. I've never heard so many I fucked your mom jokes that were actually funny. Like I'm not quite 100% on the eyelashes yet, but I'm just going to kind of leave them temporarily. I need like more flow. They're too same angle-y. And I'm going to use that as an example for when I redo it. I might like tweak their posing and stuff first to figure out how to get the flow nicer first. Oh, dude, they're great. It was also really funny. They have this song that starts with the line "counting all the assholes in the room," but he had just invited a bunch of little kids up on stage to be like, "Look, this is the future of metal. Like, hell yeah, metal and children, whatever." Metalheads are like super dope and much more family friendly than people realize. And so instead of saying counting all the assholes in the room, he changed it to counting all the monsters in the room with all these little kids on stage like headbanging with him. It was adorable. It was so fucking cute. I loved it. Yeah, I'm gonna treat that as a sketch. And that once we complete the lashes, that's probably gonna be another like 3, 4 pieces. So that puts us at four. That's 10 pieces for the eyes so far, and that's with them like together, each eye on the same layer. Um, so when they're split again, that's gonna be like 20 pieces for the eyes alone. But eyes need some of the most detail. Because when you rig them, they need to fucking breathe life into the character. Eyes are gonna make or break a character, especially when it's animated. Like I cannot emphasize that enough. Also, excuse me, I like burped in the middle of that. That was unflattering. One thing I haven't really been able to figure out is noses, because all the tutorials are fucking anime people with just a little doot doot for a nose. And like I actually draw noses. So I need to like find some weird tutorials that I can like piece it together from or something. I Nobody puts no proper fucking noses on their VTubers, I swear to god. These little cat noses. Yeah, like noses can really get exaggerated either way. I feel like I'm kind of an outlier for drawing like proportional noses in my art. So that'll be the line of the top lip. The mouth is going to be a lot of fucking pieces. That'll be the line of the top lip. I was specifically watching mouth and eye videos like all day today. Just VTuber mouth, VTuber eyes, VTuber mouth, VTuber eyes. A bunch of different people, a bunch of different rigging artists, a bunch of different art artists, just explaining the pieces they create, why they create those pieces, how many pieces they use. Some used as little as like 4 pieces, and then others used as many as like 12. Excuse me, I sneezed. Let's make a mouth folder. That layer is lip line top. Now we're making lip line bottom. Okay, now when those are animated, they're gonna overlap when it's default, but when they're animated to open and to distort, the corners should line up nicely. And it'll give it room for open mouth poses and oohs and ahs and all those fun things. Additionally, that'll be the throat for when the mouth is like super wide open, and it's gonna have a decent amount of room for overlap, so that when the mouth is wide open, you can see like down the throat a little bit. It looks goofy as fuck as it is. A lot of this is gonna look goofy as fuck as it is, but it's gonna make sense later. Also, thanks for checking out my Discord, Burger Man. There's not a lot of people there right now, but I'm planning some cool movie nights and things coming up. And I have some ideas for how I'm gonna like relate the movie nights into things. I'm pretty pumped about it. I'm still looking up specific movies for a few things, but I have an idea, and I think it's gonna be fun. That'll be for bottom teeth. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. I'm definitely still a tiny streamer, but I am so grateful for everybody who hangs out and for how quickly my channel's grown just from meeting such cool people. So that'll be the bottom teeth. That'll be the tongue. Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, that and my Blue Sky does live notifications too. But I hope you have a great night, Burger Man. I'll see you around. Also, Sir Pippin, do you want to hear my movie night ideas? Hee hee. I was thinking it would be fun that like every time we beat a big game, like how we're playing BG3 right now, or how like BioShock is on the list, that we play a movie with similar themes to that game and we watch them together. Oh, dude. I'm down to watch it. Like for example, when we beat BioShock, we could watch 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, like, you know, something like that. Yeah, wouldn't that be fun? And then it wouldn't be like so often, you know? I don't have to worry about coming up with movies for like constant stuff, but like every time we wrap up a game, we can watch something together. I feel like it'll keep it fresh if it's not something that we do like super often, you know? So that's the top teeth. And then like when we play like Detroit Become Human, I thought it'd be fun to watch something else about sentient AI, um like I was thinking like fucking Space Odyssey or something. Like there's a bunch of different themes in that game, you know, but sentient AI is a really big one right now, so I thought that would be fun to lean into. Okay, and I also saw some people who additionally drew like a couple molars so that when the mouth is like super wide, there's a couple extra teeth for the back. And I thought that was really interesting, and I kind of want to do that. Yo, man, be a hater all you please. Like, part of it, but you know, shush, Automod, shush, we're talking shit. We're talking shit, Automod. There's a lot of really, really shitty people in Hollywood, so I'm sure eventually I'm gonna end up, you know, probably broadcasting one of those people, but, yeah, I'm gonna be trying to pick things that are a good balance of related to what's going on and not made by the worst people. Although I admit I don't know a lot about David Cage, so I will have to look into that more. But yeah, it's an idea I came up with recently, and I was like starting to list out like movies that could relate to different themes and things. By now, but there's still words every now and then that don't come up as often. So that's the basic parts for the mouth. Anything that requires line art. We're going to have like the lip tint and shading as their own pieces also. Because that'll have to be manipulated separately from the line to fit the different mouth shapes. Oh, he's the Detroit Become Human guy? Yeah, gotcha. I personally bought it recently because it was one, on a really, really, really good sale. And two, it is currently being like protested by people who want censorship, and I'm against that. You know how it is. And honestly, I had a gift card, so I didn't actually pay for it. So we now have a folder for eyes and a folder for the mouth. I feel like I should probably just put the eyebrows in the eye folder. I feel like those are going to, yeah, based on animating, those are going to be paired more with the eyes than the hair. Otherwise, I would normally have them under hair. Yeah, fuck Collective Shout. That's more why I got it than anything else. Fuck Collective Shout. Fuck their stupid censorship. You are not protecting women or children. You're just fucking putting down creators who are trying to make messages for good causes, even if sometimes they're not perfect or whatever. People are fucking trying, and you're removing that opportunity entirely, which is not cool. Let's get a nice outline on the eyebrows as a base. You're suing for damages? Dion, hello! Welcome in! How's your night going, my dude? Yeah, I broke a nail recently, and I finally grew out the damage. And I didn't read. This is actually the first time I'm streaming without painted nails. I realized, which is weird because I actually didn't used to paint my nails much, but I like how they look on camera, so I started doing it a lot more when I started streaming. Um, but I fucked up my nail polish, and I did not have time to do it again over the weekend. I didn't feel like it. Hold on, let me allow that. Who's streaming naked? I know I'm pale, but you can tell I've got a white tank top on. I mean, I did show you guys my tattoos before, but okay. Go feed your dog. I'm gonna let you white people fight about whiteness. I mean, come on. I know I'm really white, but I'm not this tank top white. Oh god. If I was streaming naked, like I'd have been reported already. Hopefully the little bit of tum tum y'all got doesn't get me banned. I don't know, whatever side doesn't get me in trouble. Yeah, we were talking about tattoos, so I showed the tattoos on my abs. Because my fucking like ab hip area is tattooed, and I don't think Zoob was here. He could have been lurking. Punk is somewhere dying, probably. Maybe both of them. Commiserating. Unless somebody wants to like at them and be like, "Yo, abs on Maker Street." I don't even have nice abs. I used to when I like played lacrosse. Start with something like that. Mask it to the head. Oh, dude, I love Indian food. What did you get? Tell me you had extra naan with that bitch. Okay, so if I turn this into a clipping mask, that's how that works. Dion. You can see I overdrew this little hair section here. And then if I clip it, ba-boom, now it only sticks to the head. Man. Man! That sounds really fucking good. And also, Hallie, get out of here with your puns. I want some fucking garlic naan. I fucking love garlic naan. In the city I used to live in, there was an Indian food place that was open until 4 in the morning. And I would get that shit all the time. That'll be our hair base. Your bands only make me stronger. Man, I haven't had Indian food in a fucking while. That's the like one downer to where I live. They're like ain't shit. And the supermarket has so much cheese. So much cheese. But the international aisle is more of an international end cap. Dude, it's so fucking white. And that's coming from me, you know? Let's try to redo the lashes in a way that I don't hate. Because I really don't like what I did. And I set them to lower opacity as an example of what I didn't like. Welcome back. I didn't hate that one, so I kind of recreated it. It might be a little TOS if he sees me without nail polish. Guess I gotta rush and paint my nails then, because Liminal's right there. I just didn't have time to paint my fucking nails this weekend. Sheesh. Look at them. They're so naked. honestly weird wearing nail polish this much. I said before I don't really paint my nails that much, but when I started streaming, I added the camera. I like how it looks on camera, so I started doing it more. My hairless. I don't know. Maybe hairless does have a thing for nails. In which case, my nails would not. Like these things are a mess. I'm always getting super glue and shit on them. But yeah, I normally paint them, but I didn't have fucking time. I feel like if I wanted to like do something to look a little cuter on camera, and I was like, I don't fucking feel like putting makeup on before every goddamn stream. That's too much effort. So I've only worn makeup for one stream, when I first added my fucking face cam. But I was like, I can go into the effort of painting my nails every now and then, and it'll last for a bit and look nice. Wiggling fingers in fingerless gloves apparently is TOS to hairless. Man. Nice. I mean, I am lacking one of those things. I certainly have big eyes. But I really I'm good at makeup. I just don't wear it often anymore. Like if I really wanted to, I could probably like dress up more and get some more out of it, but that's not really my style. But I don't think people would really notice with my glasses and my pop filter and my hooded ass eyes. Sir Pippin, we're in the same boat apparently. Hey, listen, I'm not complaining about a little man cleavage. The DILF bot is in. The fucking dad bot is in for a reason, first off. Secondly, bring back men in crop tops. Third, either decriminalize and normalize the female nipple or start sexualizing men's chests more. We gotta make it even somehow. Nipple gang. Man, like, I generally would say I don't have that problem, at least. Unless it's like really cold or something. We should do like a Hawkeye Initiative sketch together sometime. Y'all familiar with the Hawkeye Initiative? I feel like several of you should be, at least. Thick boy summer! Love it. No notes. Do more of that. Thick boy year. Ain't no way we doing one season. Hairless has been losing it since Trapdorian. It's hilarious. Why did closed captions bring up Trapdorian as one word? I need to Google this immediately. Hold on. Why did that... I Googled it. It's not coming up as a word. Hold on. Okay, the AI overview is giving me a definition, but Google itself is not. And nor is it on the Merriam-Webster dictionary. The AI is claiming that Trapdorian is an adjective meaning of relating to or like a trapdoor. So, I don't know. Apparently, that's a thing that CC just said. And usually when closed caption says some stupid shit when I'm saying weird words, it means something, and I like to look it up because I'm like, what the fuck? Y'all beat House Flipper too? That's awesome. I didn't know you could actually beat those games. Oh my god, dude. You're just gonna murder Dion. I don't have a well, I have Blurp, but that costs money. I don't have a TTS bot, but I have a redeem that does TTS. I'm not sure what the limit is on it, but my scroll message is it has TTS. I could do a dramatic reading.
Dion Thishel says titties, that is all.
Dion, have you ever even used that redeem before? That was a bitch to set up, by the way. That looks better than it did before, but I'm still not 100% happy with it. I think with shading that'll help, but I'm still feeling mixed on it. You left who on red for 3 years? This guy's girlfriend? How dare you poison twice this stream? Oh my god. I had somebody I had one bot slide into my DMs from fucking Mealtime with Dad server. If y'all don't follow Mealtime with Dad, you should. He's fantastic. Um but this bot slid into my DMs from Mealtime with Dad server and tried to fucking sell me art. And I'm like, "Did you even click on my channel?" Like like, bitch, I am the art. Like, fuck off. Oh gosh. Diane. Maybe you'll get objectified more with your fancy new VTuber I'm making for you. How's that? He's a little slutty. I did write tastefully slutty on the sketch I sent you before and you approved it. So like, hold on, it's on here. There. Wow, it censored that for hit you up. Wow. That's my fucking handwriting that's been on there this whole time. Tastefully slutty. Also, happy trail. That's pretty slutty too. At least it's like not trashily slutty, I guess. Happy trails are hot. I'm just gonna say, they're fucking hot. I think they're a fucking look. And I thought that look suited the vibe of this character. Yeah, so when you're up close, they look pretty dramatic. But when you consider that on the average stream, this is going to be like no larger than that. When you look at that, you can kind of just tell that he has eyelashes. It doesn't look that dramatic simply because it's so far zoomed out. But then if Dion goes to like a just chatting screen and has it taken up like half the screen, you're gonna see he's got luscious fucking eyelashes. But usually, it's gonna be probably about that big, if I had to guess. You don't want to block too much of the screen. So that's why the lashes are like so big and long and everything. I know it might look like falsies or whatever up close, but far away just seems like there's lashes, you know? And when the blink animations and stuff come in, that's going to add that much more motion to the eyes. Also, Dion, I did like the mouthpieces earlier. This is going to look really silly for now because it's not masked, not layered properly, blah, blah, blah. That's the top teeth. That's the tongue. That's the bottom teeth. And that's the throat. So that's the throat on its own with nothing blocking it. The bottom teeth on their own, nothing blocking them. The tongue on its own. The top teeth. One line for the lower lip. And a slightly bolder version for the upper lip. And then for the eyes, as of right now, I have top lashes, bottom lashes. The brow is on the eye layer, simply because normally I would pair the brow with the hair. But when it comes to animating, the brow is going to be more involved with the eye in terms of physics, while the hair is going to have physics of its own that's going to be completely unrelated to the brows. So the brows are part of the eye in terms of the folder hierarchy. The eyelid crease, the upper lid line, the lower line, the pupils, the irises. That's kind of scary. And the eye white with the tear ducts. Also, bottom lashes. Oh my god, 40 lashes for the bottom. I don't think they can handle that. Hallie, please don't leave. I like your presence. Except you probably should because it's probably late as shit for you right now. I gotta get his earrings in here. I gotta figure out how the fuck I'm doing the nose. I still have no idea how to do a VTuber nose right now because all of the ones I've seen are anime and are not real noses, so to speak. But that I'm gonna be figuring out. I'm probably sometime soon, sometime this week, off stream, gonna download the VTuber program and try assembling some of these pieces just to make sure they're working how I want them to. There might be some that I end up combining, like how the face is split. That's not typical. How I have like the upper face and the lower face, that is not typical. So I might end up putting those together. Um, just because like that's kind of something I just kind of made up, and I'm sure it's usually not that way for a reason. But it's better to over separate and then combine things later than it is to under separate and have to separate them later, because that creates a lot more work. Oh, it's only two? Okay, that's not that bad. That's not that bad. I can't give you that much shit. I stay up later than that half the time. So that's where we're at right now. I like the base skin tone. It looks very sun-kissed. And I think shading it is going to bring a lot of life into the body, a lot of dimension too. Some of those parts are going to be kept separate for later animation, but other parts are going to be together. Oh, I love this song. If anybody can name this song without doing exclamation point song, you get bonus points. This is one of my favorite niche bands. This is the band I have the fucking tattoo on my bicep for. They're emo as hell. I love everything about it. They're an acquired taste for sure. I think I want to start configuring the tattoo. You name this song George. Not a bad name. I want to start drawing the tattoo more properly. All of the designs on the tattoo are pulled directly from Grecian pottery. And I'm trying to draw them in that style. I don't want them to look realistic or pretty. I want them to look like Grecian historic pottery art. I want them to match that style. Some things in it were kind of funky looking, but that's how it goes. Like the fucking Pegasus. Weird looking Pegasus. Pot Terry. That'd be a hilarious name for a potter. I might steal that for D&D. Okay, for anybody who's wondering, that was Said the King to the River by Law Dispute. Dude, most of my throwaway D&D characters are pun names, but they're usually pun names I run through Google Translate so nobody knows. That's also, it's off of my second favorite album. Hell yeah. That's so awesome, dude. I've done that with some characters, but I generally try to take names more seriously, or I try to be more subtle about it. But when I started writing a campaign to DM, and I was like, I need a bunch of people to populate this city, I'm not gonna take this seriously, and then I just started giving them awful pun names. And my D&D setting is, it's small because I haven't done a lot of DMing, so I purposefully kept it limited so that it's not too much information, which becomes overwhelming. But that country, there's 3 main countries in my setting, and that one is based off of the French countryside, simply because I'm obsessed with French Art Nouveau. I think it's the most beautiful art in the fucking world. Um, and I wanted a fairy tale vibe that followed the style of French Art Nouveau because I think they go well together. It's crazy to me that like fairy tale stuff and Art Nouveau came centuries apart because they just fit each other in vibe so well. Trying to consider exactly how I was looking at how people do patterns on VTubers, and they extend beyond so that the motions will capture more of the pattern. I'm trying to figure out how exactly that's going to work in regards to a tattoo. And I'm gonna end up breaking it down into 2 sections at least. One being like this whole part of the arm, and one being the shoulder and pec part. And up onto the neck. I feel like if I make those separate pieces, it'll work with the motions better and the rigging better. But in the meantime, I'm kind of winging it a little bit. And I'm trying to keep the winging it to a minimum because this is a commission. This is something Dion was kind enough to commission me for. And I want it to come out good. And that may mean going back and redoing some of these pieces once I get this into a rigging program and learn a little bit more about it. I'd like to be clear that in the end, I'm not doing the rigging myself. But I want to run this through a rigging program in the name of learning how those tools work better so that I can draw it better. You know what I'm saying, though. I want it to be fun, but I want it to be good. I want to give you something that's good quality that you're going to be proud to show off and have on your channel. That's the ultimate goal here for me. I always want people to like what they get from me and to genuinely admire the work and to be proud to have it, you know? But yeah, all of these designs were taken individually from various pieces of Grecian pottery. They were not together like this, arranged like this. They were all on different pottery pieces. But I kind of took those designs and made them fit the human body a little better, the way a tattoo should. God damn it again. Okay, well that was a slightly easier way to fix it at least. Because like I said, I changed this to a new thing. And I was able to fix it by ticking and unticking a box. But ugh, annoying that I still have to. I'm gonna have to look into that more. Sorry about that, guys. Thank you again for letting me know. It's frustrating. I'm trying to figure out how to fix that because it detracts from the viewing experience, and I don't want you guys having garbled fucking audio. I get it. I was looking into it, and it's apparently a known issue with OBS audio splitting, and they're like trying to figure out a fix for it. And it doesn't matter if it's like in the case of separating your tracks for music or in the case of separating your tracks just to get your fucking notification audio and shit out of the mix. It'll do it either way. So it has nothing to do with the music. Last I read into it, it said that they still haven't figured out exactly what causes it yet. They just know it's an issue with Windows itself because apparently it doesn't happen when people use OBS on Mac or Linux. And they're trying to figure it out, but also Windows is aware of it. It might be an issue on Windows's end, and they might have to update it out. It's a whole fucking thing, far as I can tell. Yeah, so it sounds like I'm going to have to shake it up to a third-party audio application, which I'll look into over the weekend. I'm not going to have time to do something like that tomorrow and have it prepared for Thursday's stream. I'm being an absolute perfectionist about these because it's a pattern, but I can't actually repeat it because of how it warps with the body. I'm probably going to end up redrawing this anyway. I'm actually thinking already. Yeah, I'm thinking already about how to do that. Let me write what I'm thinking down so that I can see if it'll even work before I like consider scrapping this to fucking redo or something. Basically, this point would be the elbow. That would be our pivot point. From there, let me zoom you out a little bit. From there, we have a circle. That is your range of motion. That is a very rough range of motion, but it's going to be from about the belly button to about the top of the head. If you just like take your elbow and lift it, you can tell that that's about the range. Sits at your elbow, sits at your belly button when down and relaxed. And then if you raise your arms, it's going to be about the top of your head. So that's the range of motion for the elbow. And then I'm thinking I'm going to have to fill this whole fucking thing out round style. So that as the arm shifts, that lays on top. So I just use the circle tool to get it nice and smooth because I'm going to need a smooth shape at the end of things. So that's our range of motion with a couple different tiers to show the different sections of tattoos, right? We have the actual shoulder in the center. That's not going to experience too much shift because the shoulder just kind of turns a little bit to compensate for how our arm moves. But it doesn't move quite as much. Oh, this song's fucking awesome. And then we have our gladiators at March. That'll be in this section. And then we have the bottom, which has the little vine and the little square design. It's graffito, but I don't know. It's lines and squares, but it's graffito. Um, that's a specific method of decorating ceramics. Basically, you dip the whole thing in glaze, and then you scrape away the sections of glaze you don't want to make designs in it, and that's graffito. So that's our new guideline for how the tattoo is going to behave. So the vine is going to be something like that. I need to refine that a little bit, but that's about right. Yeah, that looks more correct. Something like that. Let's clean that up. My perfectionism comes out really badly with patterns. I think that'll work. When the shoulder's moving with it, I think it'll make sense. Thank you for the hydrate. And the stretch. Whew, thank you. I needed that. Hey, have a great night, Hallie. Thank you so much for hanging, man. Always a pleasure seeing you. Didn't quite nail the alignment there. But I'm like, do I tweak the tattoo? Or do I just fucking restart it? Hold on. Let's try that, because I think it's that part that's off and the others are okay. Let me check. That's much better. That stays stable with a much larger range of motion, and it's not until like this area where the arm probably won't be going on a VTuber that it starts to get funky. This song's so goddamn weird. This is a Brobeck song. Is Hairless from New York, New York, or New York State? That's the key here. We gotta find out. This is pertinent information. I fucking hate New York. Y'all know this. Yo, no, that's good. You're fine. They're only asking because they know I fucking hate New York City. You're moving to my house? Hope you're not allergic to cats. This model likes getting choked like Grok? What? What does that mean? What's delayed? Oh, Shrek. They're making a fifth. Wait, there's how many Shreks are there now? There's a lot of spin-offs and shit too. Dude, you got your own music on, or you jamming with me? Because I love this shit. Thanks, man. I like to think I got a good vibe going. This is probably my favorite song off this album. This is Sugar Pills from Razzmatazz by IDK How. These guys are going to take a little figuring to get just right. Grandma hairless. Thank you. That works a little better. 21. Why am I 21? Why am I 21? Jesus Christ. I don't want to be 21. Why? Why is it so hard to believe I'm almost 30? This song has a car alarm in it. There it goes. You've been warned. Yeah, you know too many zoos, bro? Fuck yeah. It's a good fucking song, though. Can you blame me? Like, I asked you if I should take it out. Oh, I sent them to you? Okay, yeah. That checks. I asked you, Sir Pippin, if you think I should take them out, and you said not to. So I took you at face value on that one. Ugh, this tattoo's being kind of a pain in the ass right now. And it's because I need to like bite the bullet and do math. I don't want to do math, but I need to. This is one of those cases where like geometry actually matters. And I hate to say that. I hate to say that. Yeah, I know. Ew, math. Fucking boo. Fucking boo. Math. I might be able to cheese my way out of it with enough rulers. Ugh, I don't want to do math. Oh yeah, Dion, what did that? Because that was weird. I'd never seen it do that before. Jesus Christ, Sir Pippin. Yeah, I had a feeling it was something like that. Here's a reminder to take your meds if you've forgotten. I just had to do that right now. That seems much more accurate. Throw some titties on that bitch. I think that works pretty well. We're just drawing boobs in chat now. Sorry, I got like so in the zone on trying to get the fucking lineup of those guys like as correct as possible. It's not 100% perfect, but I think with the way the body moves, it makes sense. As you know, tattoos are never going to be flawless. They're going to be shaped to fit your flesh. Like straight lines in tattoos are never actually straight. They're just made to look straight on the curves of the body. And that's something you either get or you don't. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm not saying this is perfect to that, but I think it fits that better than actual pattern perfection. And now I can. Now that I have, like, I should have started with the fucking gladiators. Now that I have them kind of figured out, I can align everything else to it. Nothing is straight except for my hair. Can't curl this shit for nothing. Whoa. Hot. I'll be there. I feel like one of those fucking spirograph things would be perfect right now, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. Bro, that game is such a fucking blast. I gotta find some more days to squeeze it in. Cause I wanna get to the end. I have no idea what fucking happens. There's so much stuff to do before you can even get close. Unless you just like leave. I know that's like a speed run thing, but that's not what I'm trying to do. Hey, welcome back. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Horny. Oh my god, bro. That's just the Hulk in fanfiction. Can't tell me I'm wrong. Hey, confetti! Okay, we're getting somewhere. Oh yeah, Rivals has always been free. It's the any money you spend is purely cosmetic. It's skins and stuff. That's how they get by. Otherwise, I'll tell you what, I would not have been on that shit in season 0. I cannot tell you how bummed I am that fixing it didn't work. I changed all of my audio fucking sources. All of them. My Discord one, my music one, my Firebot one, my TTS one, everything. Every game. Every game I have. Like, uh, it was like a last ditch attempt to fix it without having to install a third party program for audio, but I'm definitely gonna have to do that. What, that it was a lot of dispute? Yeah, they have a very distinct sound. Personally, 9 is my favorite off of this EP. Yeah, they're so emo, but I love them. They also are fantastic live. Out of all the bands I've seen live, they put on one of the best shows. They're very distinct. They're hard to mix up with anything else, and they're an acquired taste. When I first heard them, I didn't like them, but the more I listened to them, the more I was like, oh, actually, like, actually, I like this. Like, they just released a bunch of new songs too. They're so good. Stockholm Syndrome. Listen, I could get into some opinions about acquired tastes here that you would probably be mad at me for, but because personally, I think most people gaslight themselves into liking beer because it's manly, and I think that a lot of like liquor culture is a lot of that too. I don't think I think most liquor tastes fucking awful. And and people are just gaslighting themselves into being like, this wine is delicious and sweet. Oh yeah. I gotta say, those are pretty even considering I free-handed them bitches. I've never had a mojito, but they sound pretty good. I'd like to try one. I'll read Dion's message because it got cut off on the chat window, which is no problem, by the way. I just, for VOD purposes, I like to do that. It starts off with wanting the feeling and barreling through the discomfort of the taste of alcohol, but as you drink it, you get accustomed to it, like the beeping of a smoke alarm you might stop hearing, but other people notice, and you start noticing things underneath the harsh parts, but not the harshness. Like people who like bitter or sour candy. It's funny you mention that because I love sour candy, but I do bitterness very poorly. But yeah, I don't drink a lot. I can't for health reasons anyway. So like I've never acquired that taste, and to me it's still just like bleh. But I like, getting a buzz every now and then, or even getting drunk at the occasional party. It's fun as long as you drink responsibly. There's no fucking problem with it. Um and yeah, I just have to be a little extra responsible because of my health issues. Let's see if there's a differently shaped brush where I can do what I'm trying to do. Actually, hold on. There might be a faster way to do what I'm thinking. Yeah, I hear mojitos are very nice. I just have never had the opportunity. And yeah, the bar I used to work at had a lot of issues with overpouring. And I'm like, homie, if I wanted an overpoured drink, I'd just drink the fuck at home. I'm paying you all this money because I want a well balanced fucking drink. Otherwise, I'm gonna just go home, pour some vodka and some OJ in a cup, and call it quits. Like, love this song. Fuck, I did that on the wrong fucking layer. Technically, I can leave that, but I want to have it separate for later editing reasons. Huh? I mean, I hid some layers. Liminal. Oh gosh. Oh yeah, I just made some selections and colored in the shields. Whatever, David Blaine. Oh my god. Alright, you want to see some magic? I'll show you how this fucking works. 1 second. I just made it a mask, which means it's only going to show where the arm is. I'm not going to show my goddamn feet. Get the fuck out of here, Liminal. I can see your fucking feet right there, but I'm not going to show my goddamn feet. So, it's still there. It's just only showing where I want it to. And then if I take the arm, yeah, actually I have to grab just the right sides. 1 second. Alright. I have the background shit set up that I just needed to do real quick. I made the tattoo a mask and I applied it to the arm via my layer order. I have them in their own folder. Additionally, I put the arm in its own folder so it can be manipulated separately from the other things. I can move the arm without moving the tattoo. And now I shifted the pivot point to the shoulder so that when it moves, it'll move like an arm does when I go to rotate it. And then if I rotate it, you can see what I did with the tattoo. Now that's magic. So with that little bit of excess and some manipulating and rigging, yeah, it is like chowder. With some manipulation and rigging, you'll be able to kind of make it look like there's different angles to the arm based on which pieces of the tattoo are showing. It's not going to move precisely like that, where it's like completely separate to the skin, unless you want it to. If you're into that, I can do that. But it's more giving them the extra space so that as the arm shifts and moves, the tattoo can turn with it. Like if you take the moon and you take the sun. If I go here and I hold out my arm with my bicep tattoo, like depending on how I have my arm, pieces of it are hiding and pieces of it are showing. So the rigger will be able to manipulate the tattoos to have that kind of an effect rather than just sitting flat on the skin. Does that make sense? Also, you told me you never saw my Zoom thing, so yeah, so with image editing and manipulating, that'll make more sense, I think. I'll fucks with it a bit myself in the rigging software to kind of test how it works. That's something I should ask somebody who does rigging about a little bit just to be certain I'm doing it correctly. But we're certainly fucking going for it, and if I need to change it, I at least have the template for the pattern so that I can trace it, redraw it accordingly, etc. That was my alarm to shut off raids, so I'm gonna do that before it gets too late. And I got a hydrate, thank you. I will need a refill after this, but I only have 40 minutes of stream left. Next time, now that I have most of my bits and bobs, I want to get into more of the shading and stuff, which is really gonna bring it to life. Xena! Yeah, this is kind of a long song, huh? How long is this? It doesn't say. At least not in the, reduced version. Eepy. Yeah, I bet. Liminal. Zion, do you want me to make the leaf bigger? It needs to be minimal so that when pants are involved, it doesn't get in the way. My man's. Oh my god. With the self-negging over here. Making sure my labels are, my layers are all labeled, and I took the tattoo back out of the folder. I had to put it in to do that just so I can like continue to have it on top for the sake of working on it. A 420 stream time, nice. Yeah, next time I think we're gonna do some configuring of the hair sections. Um, I'm gonna try to research like how to do a nose between now and then, and hopefully not just see anime girls. Hey, Nostril, good timing. I was just mentioning a nose, and your username's Nostril. It kind of makes sense. Um, okay, what else? We gotta get the clothes too, but I want to shade the whole body before we bother going putting stuff on top of it. We need to do the tattoo onto the shoulder and the pec and the neck as well, but that's all going to be on a separate layering so that it's masked differently and doesn't overlap with parts it's not meant to. I think he's coming along nicely though. Nostril. Dude, I don't know. All of them have such tiny anime noses. Like I know anime is the popular VTuber style, but they don't have fucking noses, and I need to find a tutorial on how to do the nose for different angles and stuff. There's an extent to which I can definitely wing it, but I don't know how far exactly that can get me. Um, so that's the thing. No, noses are actual fucking features. And the fact that every cartoon style is just like, yeah, let's throw noses in the trash bothers me because they're such a good way to add personality to a face. Prominent nose gang, rise up. It's a VTuber we're working on for Dion. Some people got weird noses like that, but hey, it just adds character to their face, right? Like as a portraiture artist, I really appreciate stuff like that. But generally, the only representation large noses get in cartoons is evil characters like witches and stuff, which is problematic for a number of reasons. But that's a whole nother rant. The wooden bastard. Italian pine piece of shit. Like, ooh, I think this one is my favorite on this album. I don't know, it's hard to say. Everything Dallin Weeks touches is just fucking brilliant. I'd like to repeat that all of the designs I used in this tattoo are nabbed directly from Grecian pottery. These are not original designs, they are just assembled in an original way. I love that movie. I love Hercules. That's my favorite Disney Renaissance movie. Plus, Roger Bart is just incredible. Yeah, definitely. I'm just saying, because partly because I enjoy adding like little cultural tie-ins like that where I can, um, and just because like I think it's a cool homage to the character's history. Who knows? Maybe Zeus will show up and try to punish me, and then shit's gonna get real weird because it's fucking Zeus. Plus, I really just like ceramics. I like talking about ceramics. I like doing ceramics. I know ceramics techniques. It's troublesome dongadillo. Yeah, that could basically be like the name of the Bible on that lore. Let's be real. And I'd rather not get hanged by my toenails, thanks. Aw, Xena, I'm sorry. I'm guessing you got work. Is it at least like a short shift or anything? You see any seductive swans, just run. Cock lightning. Man, if this wasn't Twitch, the doodle I would make of that. Can I sell that on stickers? I need to read about the TOS on Fourth Wall. Uh I'm sorry, Xena. That sucks. I've had jobs like that. I'm gonna have to play around with like mirroring the other side for just like a little peek when the shoulder really goes up. Um, ba ba ba. Not a bad start though, I think. Oh, the previous song? I think it was MCR. Yeah, yeah, it was Early Sunsets Over Monroeville by My Chemical Romance. Great song. It's off their first album. Xena, that's not Screamo. Lovingly, that is not Screamo. As somebody who's listened to both. Absolutely reasonable, my friend. Nah, that's just emo. That's just straight emo. I also have a lot of dispute on here. Um Oh my god, Dion. I have a lot of dispute on here. They're considered post-hardcore. Um Although I can see why an outsider might think they're screamo, they're not. There's no actual screamo on here. Just like a lot of post-hardcore and emo shit. I don't think I have any actual screamo on here. Yeah, I know it's early for you. If you wanted me to tell you what I think is actual screamo, I could send you some bands. I'm assuming Xena is telling the morning to leave. Fair enough. Yeah, if it's not your thing, I'm not gonna try to convert you to it or anything. Just offering to like show you the difference between emo and screamo if you were interested. See, I never really listened to A Day to Remember. I had a couple songs by them on my shit back in like middle early high school. Um I do like screamo. There's just none of it on this playlist. I listen. You guys know I listen to a very diverse range of music, and I tried to get somewhat of a vibe on this playlist. So, but I was gonna say like Flyleaf or I'm blanking on their fucking name. Census Fail. I was gonna say Census Fail. Granted, Flyleaf is Christian screamo, which is a weird combo. I think that feels pretty well like the pattern disappearing like it will from the limited shoulder rotation. Yeah, Flyleaf is pretty good. Um like I don't hate them. I just think it's kind of a weird combo. you know? Although I will judge Lacey. Yeah, that's the vocalist of Flyleaf's name. She signs Bibles, and I think that's very weird. You didn't write it. you know what? You know what, Dion? You kind of have an excuse at least. I'm gonna fucking leave that like that. Raccoons do have great little hands. I used to have I used to have a possum that would eat my garbage, and he was so fat. He was my buddy. But then I moved away. Oh yeah, Machiavellian Raccoon. Great streamer. Y'all should follow her. She's so funny. She plays a lot of BG3 and stuff. And she does Souls-like games too. She hangs out a lot in Saturn Blaster's chat and the other members of the Rough Cut Collective. I've seen her in those quite frequently. So I'm basing this Pegasus off of one I saw on a large vase jar situation. And it was pretty silly looking. I'm cleaning it up a little bit because it was very painterly. But it's still going to stay kind of vague because I'm going for that painterly sort of look. Yeah, Maki's always the best with giving gifties. I appreciate the hell out of her. I've also mentioned on the channel before that I fucking hate drawing horses. So in terms of anatomy, they are fucking monstrous. Yeah, Sir Pippin, you'll really like Maki. She's so cool. I swear that's what it looked like on the pottery. It was so dinky looking. That actually looks better than what it looked like on the pottery. It was so dinky looking. It was something like that. Yay! Puppy got walked. I hope your puppy's well. Pet the puppy for me. I demand this. That's fair. That's a reasonable compromise. Alright, I think that's all I got time for tonight. We're at our wrap-up time here. Let's reveal that stuff again. I think we got some good headway done. The majority of the tattoo is done. I need to do one more vine on it and refine the area around the shoulder and neck a little bit. But we have the pieces for the tattoo. We made the pieces for the eye, both eyes, since they're different, technically. We made the pieces for the mouth, though we didn't color that yet. I think next time we're gonna wrap up this tattoo. We're gonna work on sectioning the hair a bit. And I want to start shading some of these details. Listen, you requested one specific thing about the body type. I was going to make sure you got it. You didn't have a lot to ask for, so I was going to make sure you fucking got it, man. And when there's shading and masks and stuff, it's going to look real good, I think. Let's get this out of the opacity down folder so we can take one last look at what we got here. Yeah, I think he's coming along nicely. We're certainly fucking going nuts with it, bro. I am trying to keep it symmetrical because it will be a lot easier for rigging and stuff that way. Generally, asymmetric VTubers are like an advanced thing, so I don't want to touch that quite yet. I want to get you something that looks good and looks dope and that you're going to be happy with. And I think this is coming along very nicely. I think this is a great base. And I think the shading is really going to bring it to life. And when we get the animation and the masks and stuff all proper, it's going to look fucking dope, bro. I gotta look into tutorials for noses. Like I said, I was struggling to find some nose tutorials since they're all fucking anime characters and I'll have just little boops. And I'll find something for that. If I can't, I'll find something that's close enough and modify it accordingly. May wing it a little bit. Probably between now and next time I stream this, I'm going to download the fucking program, 2D Live, and I'm gonna play around with it a bit just to kind of get a better understanding for how it works so that I can apply that better understanding to what I'm drawing. But I think this is gonna come out fucking awesome, bro. I'm really glad you're happy with it so far. Anyway, guys, it is midnight here. It's my wrap time. I'm gonna drop the raid message and see who's online. So if y'all would like to grab that, I'd appreciate it. Helps promote my channel. Saturn, hey! Pop it in right at the end there. Thanks, man! I'm really looking forward to how this is going to come out, and I think the tattoos are going to be a really sick detail. Let's see if anybody we know is on. I feel like most people I know tonight have, like, big old crowds, and I try to raid people who don't have a million people, generally. Support smaller streams. Let's raid Talus again. I appreciate the lurk, my dude. Man, I hope you had fun playing Night Rain. Yeah, we're gonna raid I Am Talus, another artist here on Twitch. I met them through Painted Kings community, and he's a really great guy. He's working on art tonight too, so we'll pass you guys off onto another artist. Oh, sweet, he's working on emotes, and they're super cute. All right, guys, let Talus know that I say hello. I'm gonna switch to my ending screen here, and I will see you guys on Thursday. That's when I'll be back next. And I'm trying to start scheduling some movie nights and things coming up. I have some events planned that I think are gonna be cool. So join the Discord if you haven't already. And I will see you guys soon. Alright, let's get this raid started. Thanks again, everybody. I always appreciate seeing y'all. Yeah, I got some cool plans for movie nights. I want to do movies that have the same themes as some of the games we have coming up. It's going to be fun. Let's go say hello to Talus, and I will see you guys soon. Bye!